Alright, hi guys, what's up? Welcome back to the stream. Mic was muted, but right now we are ready with the stream. And as you know, yesterday we were in between the mystery. We were not able to complete the Archon quest fully. Today I am thinking before. I mean, it will not be completed, but at least before completion, in between whatever the switch comes, at least in 1 hour, before 1 hour, we can complete our daily commissions. We did not complete our daily commissions yesterday's one also. So today at 2:30 for me at Indian Standard Time, at IST 2:30, the daily commissions will reset. So it's at 118 right now. I have to complete it. I mean, I have to complete this and that also at the same time. All right. So till now, what we were there was a Lenny and Lenith. They were doing a show. Main that I mean, one guy who it was his crewmate whose name was Cowell, who died, and that lady and this guy got teleported from here as a magic show. Oh, we can examine the box also. Nice. So we have to examine this everything over this area. We have to find and investigate about this mystery, how this happened. And yeah, that was I mean, it'll, as you can see the Archon quest continuation of this Archon quest. All right, I was gonna talk to him, right? Did I talk to him? I did already.
Could it be that I didn't see it happen?
And it's white today. Peaceful mind. We are going to examine the box now. Okay, alright. It looks like an ordinary box, but Lenny should have moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do that? Yeah, that we don't know, as it's magician trick. He just teleported from the stage to here. Before that, the water, what is this called? Water full of box that was used for the another magic which was her sister doing. It was above, and because of the firecrackers, it burned down the thread and it fall on the boxes. But there, that lady from the audience which he took, she did not get any damage. She missed off. I mean, she is not even there. She vanished somewhere else. And his co-worker, who was his assistant, got missed. And I don't know how that happened. All right, let me. Oh, if I press E, I can scan which area I have to search. This is searched. Okay, let's go talk to him. Oh, let's talk to him only.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do.
Okay.
I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Whoever the murderer was, they must.
Yeah, Paimon is totally into this investigation thing. Okay, not here. Where is that showing?
Whoever the murderer was, why would it be him?
Whom should I talk to more? Should I talk? Can I talk to these guys also? No. Okay, there one guy. What about you?
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
What?
See, I
Is
told
that-
you. What
Why would be that an option also?
if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
Oh yeah, maybe. What if he did not? I mean, what if he did not select that lady?
You're trying to help them?
That also can
That'll be
be.
a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right?
Yeah, yeah.
The lucky girl that later disappeared.
Yeah.
Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all.
Oh.
The machine picks that same number every time.
How do you know
I'm
that?
sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance.
Okay.
In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
Lenny didn't know, I guess.
That much checks out. Lenny reserved our seats for us too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Thanks. Sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Yeah, Wyman is writing down and all. Investigation. Full into it. Now, how do we go over there? If I press E here, everything is checked.
Why would it be?
Okay. How do I go over there? I thought it's over this area, but it shows somewhere else. Can we go out of this? Oh yeah, okay. Okay, this area.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been
Oh.
keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Another new character! Don't know who is
You
she.
mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Yep.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
What?
For
Pinadu
mediating
Rusula?
disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums. You name it. Spina di Rosula does it.
Security
And I,
provider.
Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president.
Navia. I guess this is also a character we're
While
gonna
those who
get
play
from
by
get
our
in.
rules call me boss.
Okay.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus.
Bronze? No, okay.
Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are on.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president.
Oh.
Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Navia.
Okay, if you say so.
Narnia,
Not
not
to
it's
remember
Navia.
the Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've
Huh?
always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases.
Okay.
My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time.
Okay.
Judging from the
Second
look of
generation.
things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too. That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My
Oh.
unparalleled intuition. Farina
Okay.
was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon.
No, I'm
for
not
her.
getting sleep.
If you remember, the
I'm just
justice had
lazy
to
person.
interrupt her and ask
That's
if she
why I
was
just
pressing
yawn a
charges
lot.
just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges.
Okay.
And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Hmm.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
I guess no one trusts the Hydro Archon, as she's
Well.
weird.
What's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that,
All right, I've answered your question.
it's
Now,
time
it's
for-
time you answer mine.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me.
Okay.
In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well?
Not
And why
always.
would that be?
Doing so make it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like an entertainment. That's true.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact.
Okay.
And if that can be done, boss, then
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. You pass with flying colors. Now, I need to make some
Flying
preparations,
colors.
following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
Oh, cool then. That's
I
cool.
like it.
She is the leading, right? Right now she is leading. I think you are missing the point, Paimon. Seems you are already agreed
far
then.
be it from me to brag, but I believe that demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? What about you over there? What do
Silver.
you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Simple.
Oh.
Don't even want to add.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing.
It's not a
those
security
tricks.
team. It's
Thanks.
just a spy or detective team, I guess I will say. Yeah, where should I go next? Is Archon God over here? Oh, okay, member of... We can't even go outside, can we? No, the gates are locked.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
Okay.
If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
Okay.
No, we're not leaving.
Oh,
We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case.
so you're gonna ask her
Always
also?
guarding this entrance.
Hey, who is she?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection.
Oh, cool.
So,
Except-
the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
Except the Archon God, I think. This point they did not add. Maybe I'm just investigating in my side. What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
Okay,
Be
okay.
so sure.
Yeah.
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time.
Okay, then
I
we
couldn't see
we
Linny's
are good.
performance from here, which was quite a shame.
Oh.
Just my luck.
Oh. That.
But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So,
Melusines.
safe to say the
They're
girl
Melusines.
couldn't have left through here.
Then.
Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
Alright, now what we are doing? Should be some cutscene and then. No?
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Yeah, what is he discussing? How much
Understood.
explanation
Then I will be
you
going
need
with
to
you.
give?
Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Okay.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
Cool. Molly. It's a great, good job, huh? It's
You've arrived.
I mean, guard.
Who's
Oh.
this?
Wait.
Me?
These guys came
I'm
with.
Spina
the-
di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
Is she another Hydro
Sorry.
character? I mean,
I got a little carried away there.
or G or
Call
something.
me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join us?
Silver and bronze. His name is not bronze. Okay.
Fine.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large...
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Alright, heading below stage for what? I don't know.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
You go under through that. Ah, now I get it. That's how the swapping thing has done.
I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
Huh.
This is revealing the
Balloons
magic.
and other decorations here?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it, Paimon?
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
There is another box inside this one.
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Okay. Head down, that means box.
So there was a passageway under the magic box!
Ah, that's the obvious technique he would apply here. And this passage link the box, 2 boxes. Okay.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this
There
flatbed
is a
trolley?
tunnel.
The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
Okay.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
Oh, okay.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The
Then she
inner
might
box
have
would
gone from
descend
here
after
only,
the
right?
audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps.
Oh.
The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Then what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
That's then.
A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
Oh, and what about you
My
coming?
assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the
Okay.
countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
Okay.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh.
Oh, interesting!
But at the last
That's how we
moment
were able to
he
coordinate
came,
Lily's
right?
lines with the assistant. And by the way,
They're
I
re-
was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
They are revealing.
I mean, we
Wait,
are
what?
twins. All it takes is a change
Oh.
of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
Oh, now I get it. Well, they are revealing all the magic tricks here.
Wow! Every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I can tell a lot of thought was put into it. Yeah, but that means we saw in the last minute he came out of the box and he went back in, right? That was not him. That was his sister.
Lynette would
As they look
briefly
the same.
walk out of the box and then go back in,
Hmm,
jumping into
then
the
it-
tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending.
Yeah, okay,
And
got
then
it.
I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member.
Yeah, I don't know how.
She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
Yeah, and I
We
don't
really
how
don't know
don't
how
know
that
if
happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
proper crime.
Could we have a
Killed
look
that guy
around?
simply.
I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll
Okay.
escort them back up.
Yes, of course, no need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Alright, we can stay here, that means. Paimon took all the notes. So we can examine many things here. Examine the board. This should be the control device for trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically. Examine. And this is the ladder. A ladder is required to order the box. Yeah, what about this?
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right?
Oh,
Her clothes are here, but
she's naked?
nowhere to be found.
Lenny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right.
Yeah, that didn't
And
say.
do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them? Ugh, this is so confusing.
And
Paimon doesn't want to be a
uncomforting.
detective anymore.
Remove your glasses, Paimon, then. We found her clothes. I don't know why we found her clothes here. What is this?
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a hook
Hook.
tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Lenny didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Okay,
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
everything Paimon will note it. Everything she will note. What else she are left here with? Something over here. What is this? Why is this broken here?
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Oh, it's
Speaking
wet.
of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it's for it. Maybe it was for a trick again.
Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear. And here's a broken vase.
Why is this a broken vase?
Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Everything will be revealed in
Let's
soon.
note this down
Very
too and
soon.
think about it later.
Everything we note down. We noted down everything. And that's the single part we need to examine the tracks. High precision is required to complete the magic show, and tracks are perfect to making. Okay, that was fast. What are these boxes? All kinds of props and costumes are stuffs inside. Okay, trolley. What is this? Whoa, what is that's a vent?
What is this place?
Looks like a
It
vent.
seems someone could fit through here.
Obviously. That's the
This
place.
have been the suspect's escape route?
Yeah.
Alone,
Can be.
perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, this space would be too narrow.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic box, and Lenny and Lilith were in the two magic box. Yeah.
You're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Write everything, Paimon. Oh yeah, when Lenny and Lilith are inside the box.
Seems we're
The preparation of the... Okay, that's no use. Return to the
Yes.
surface.
Let's head back up.
Can we not go from here? Okay, we are not going from here. Through this magical box. We're going from there. Okay, not this option. Yeah, return to the level 1.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Oh,
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
Mademoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since
What?
the vent leads to the Opera House's basement.
Okay.
The guards have checked the area carefully.
Okay.
No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and
Okay.
no one was found hiding there.
Okay.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
It seems so.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both seems quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words,
Damn.
the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right.
Well,
This
duel,
is how a
right?
trial
What
goes
about
in the
duel?
Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice will
That's
do?
right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply,
Okay.
it's as if the Oratrice has its own will
Everything
and is
going
a judge
from
in
above.
its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Oh, okay. Fascinating.
Once both sides
That's
have
what we
finished
can say.
speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
Oh,
Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
oh.
Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Oh, shit.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa, there's no need for that. Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is
Okay.
any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Oh, shit. No, not the time to
In
pick.
that case, let's just sort
To be
out our
picky.
findings together here. Pity.
Yeah,
I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what
Later.
better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
That would be later.
Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Bye,
Just
bye.
kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Okay.
What do you mean, no snacks?
Of course,
Of
we
course
have.
we'll have snacks.
Oh,
If
cool.
we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
We can make some?
Here? But how?
Understood, demoiselle.
Oh.
Everyone, please come with me.
Oh, he's making snacks now? On the stage he's making? Where is he making? Behind the stage?
Wait,
What?
you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Oh, that even we had it.
Yes, I must be
Good.
prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
Damn.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Where on your inside your coat?
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll
Nice.
get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
Oh,
Three
cool.
are quite the interesting group.
Interesting. Must be a Spinny the Rosal thing. Yeah, that group name. Okay, they made something. What?
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven.
They
Oh,
made-
it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys
Damn.
carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
They made tea and
But
cupcakes,
you
I
ended
guess.
up doing
What
the
are those?
entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite what Paimon mean, but okay.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Remember,
Don't
ladies,
underestimate beating egg whites, by
have
the
you
way.
read that?
It's a real arm workout. You also need to
Nice.
beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack.
Oh.
Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Nice.
Only 3?
Only 3 each. Eat one and see.
Eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Oh.
You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to
True,
be
true.
served as well.
Why don't you
This is
take a break as
Demoiselle's
well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
Okay. These guys are loyal, really good people.
All right then.
Really good servants, huh?
Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twin, we are left with two other people, the missing girl and the
Face
descendant.
and the
Yeah.
thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase,
Who is
the
Halsey?
discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
Okay.
Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Yeah.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There is no evidence that the third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But
Yep.
the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Poor Carol
Could
just
Halsey
died.
have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making
Who is
her
Halsey?
escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked. I
That's
forgot
right.
who is Halsey.
And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Oh, the
Were we not
lady
thorough
from the
enough in our
audience, huh?
search?
They're not through
From
here.
the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing, though, Navia. They smell great. They're nice and crisp and super.
They are my specialty after all.
Okay, cool.
And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3. Honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
Oh, it's oh shit.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count.
What?
Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine. If you ate them, you ate them. Oh, it's fine. Everyone knows how much you love
Wait,
eating.
even you don't believe Paimon?
Wait, so someone is in near them?
You.
Invisible?
If Paimon ate those 2
Maybe?
extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach.
Oh shit.
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh?
Oh,
What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
oh, there really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
I have the egg, sugar, and almonds ready.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
He's making 2 more. I guess someone is. 2 of them has eaten by someone who is invisible.
Well, that's it for snack time.
Feel like that.
I'm going to have another
Because
look around the
Paimon
area.
is saying she did not
I
eat.
don't know what we're looking for
Or
yet.
Paimon may eat it.
But we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right. Thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula.
Spina di
Silver,
Rosula.
Malus, it's time to go. I'll
Silver
be
and
back if I
Malus.
find anything new.
We wrote everything down. Alright. Who was that guy who was.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes.
Oh, this things I did not take. Okay. I'll let you know what are this for. But I want to go out of this. Can I teleport now or not? I can't. If I teleport, there will be a problem over here. So alright, can't do anything. We can't teleport. Alright, we have to wait until the trial on the day 8:10. We're gonna use Paimon here. We got 2 recipes, huh? Nice, nice. So many of these to claim. Alright, new fountain area thing to claim. So much to claim. I want to do my daily commissions, man. But alright, I don't want to go in between the story. So yeah, what I was gonna do, yeah, Paimon, time. Convert the time to 8 o'clock. Alright, cool. Wait until the following, so the next day it seems. Zoop. 8 o'clock. The box is gone. The box is gone. The box is gone. From participate the trail. Okay, they have set up the trail. Okay, they removed the box because of that.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by
Good
step.
plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides,
Okay.
I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Oh, lol.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
We are going then? Where are we going? In the trail? Inside the trail? Where? Out? Okay. Inside. Went inside the trail. With Lenny and
Finally,
Lynette.
you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Yeah, shit.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Okay.
Now, don't you all look disappointed?
Oh, she
Don't tell me
came.
that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that
Furina,
stop
what is her
you.
name?
I shall be terribly disappointed should
Furina.
you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Just
Since
you
both
wait.
parties are
Whoa,
present,
justice.
I
This
declare
guy.
that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly,
Okay.
in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Oh, cool. We're gonna explain everything. That's cool.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In
Yes,
that
yes.
case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution.
Lady
Farina.
Furina.
Do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Obviously she will.
Of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open.
Okay.
Mr. Linney is clearly lying.
Oh, simple.
There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
What?
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Simple.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
Okay.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No,
What?
I see.
But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Oh yeah, we heard it.
Huh?
Yeah, we heard a thug.
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
How could Lenny not know about the sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
Yeah, we
I
heard
was
that
right
sound.
by the box, and I definitely heard the
Oh
thud.
shit, what's going on?
Those
oh.
scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the Archon stains or stains of the trial. Okay, got it.
Well then, ladies
Palada
and
bhari hai.
gentlemen,
This
allow
is
me
more
to use the words of the magician himself.
heavier.
You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course,
He's laughing.
I have armed
One guy
myself
died,
to
bro.
do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me,
Damn.
aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
What is House of the Hearts?
House of the Hearth?
Yeah, for two. Yeah, for two.
No wonder they did something like this.
Oh no,
So the
if they
serial
forgot that's.
disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've
Oh,
got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
oh shit. Now it increased here.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Oh yeah, they are good. They might be good for two also.
Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute.
Damn, the scene transition and all is really
Your
cool.
first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
It has already holes in it. Can't understand.
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted?
What?
Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
Damn.
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
She's full of herself, huh? Well, that kind of card is totally different.
Why didn't you tell us this before?
Lenny and Lenny are 50.
Order! Order!
But Child is also a 50, right?
Mr. Linney,
Well, he's
allow me to
also
reestablish the facts.
cunning guy.
Lady Farina has raised 2 points.
Yeah.
First, when the thud was heard in the opera house, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel.
Oh.
Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth.
Oh
Are
shit.
these claims true?
True, obviously. There's no doubt about the magician's ability to con others, given how Lenny has concerned his identity. This could all have been set up before. Plus, Child is here in Fountain along with other house operatives. There must be some scheme at work here. It's been a victim of such scheme before and now. I have been a victim of such scheme
Please
before and now.
answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry.
Is it Child?
Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Oh no. Now what?
Knew it.
Well,
Rated
that's
audience.
it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot
In
proceed.
that case, what is your request?
Bro, there should be it should be his voice. Traveler should give the voice right now. He should be talking right now, not clicking stuff here. I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be
Is
discussed.
that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The
Okay.
defendant deceived their own attorneys. What
Okay.
is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say!
Chief Justice.
Your request
New
is
lad.
reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
Oh, okay. We have 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Damn this! We hate this Archon god. They made that one. That one of the gods should be hated totally. Raiden Shogun is loved now. Because of that, they started hating. They started making this kind of Archon gods. Now
Well,
you speak, huh?
this is awkward.
Awkward. Hmm.
I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Pipe.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys.
They are not bad guys. They are just from bad background. Got it.
I'm very sorry.
I
I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain.
Sure.
I know you've clashed with the Vatui several times before.
Yes.
I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset.
Yes.
But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Yes.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know that isn't all just
Right.
another lie? Okay,
So,
yeah.
you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Okay.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well,
Okay.
both say that, but
There is some other explanation here. Explain the other issues first. Where did you actually go while the trick was? Yeah. What about that?
let's hear you.
You did not
answer
hear
first,
that.
And no lies now.
You did not hear the thug
Of
sound.
course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've
Okay.
been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately?
Oh.
During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it.
Okay.
From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Oh, another trick inside a trick inside a trick. They want to understand the
Is that why you needed a whole
boxing.
minute?
That's
Yeah.
right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box.
Oh, cool.
So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to
Oh.
investigate the room in which the core is stored.
Okay.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Okay. And what did you find?
Well, nothing.
As soon
As
as
soon
it
as
is.
I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice, which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room.
Hmm.
That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me.
Oh.
I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but
Oh.
the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought.
Oh.
After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Sound, yeah. But why do you want to understand how the oracle operates? Yeah.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time.
This time it's fully truth.
It was
what
never
he
my
said.
wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust.
Because you
either.
don't have any options.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge.
What if
If you want
he's
to leave because
lying
you don't
again?
trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I will defend you from these charges. I believe the judgment will be dispensed as it
Okay.
should.
Thank you.
Maybe
Thanks
I
for
don't think
giving
so.
us a chance.
There will be
The
another
current problem
accusation.
is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Yeah, actually we already have the key evidence we need. Where, what? The adjournment almost over. Let's go back. Okay.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Then in statement, the voice of the. We have all the returns. Paimon wrote everything, so we're good with that. Where are we talking, by the way? What is this house? What is this area of the opera house? Some other inside room. Brief adjournment ends and the nail baiting trial
Both
commences.
parties have returned to their positions.
Okay.
Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact.
Yes.
Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Okay. Continue.
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage,
Lend.
let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
Based on the position. Hey, what is this? Whoa.
As
Farina.
the countdown began,
Okay.
he entered the tunnel.
Okay, entered, yeah.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud.
No.
He did not realize that the sound could be
That's
heard
wrong.
by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
Oh.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out,
Oh.
before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her.
Oh.
At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed.
Oh.
So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident.
That's what she thinks. That's what this might have happened. And this guy is guilty. He is the murderer. And he is the...
And there you have it.
That's the story
That's
she's
the
saying.
truth
Farina.
behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description?
Yes, my
The key to
lord.
refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
Yeah. Identify the loops are. Well, I don't know. The loop should be obviously this one.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel.
Huh.
He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Yeah. And this is also wrong. Okay, this is not there. What about this? No. What about this?
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
Okay, we have an option that... Okay, what
Linny
about
went
this?
to the room that contains the Oratrice's core.
Yeah,
This
this
is
is...
the actual truth.
Yeah. Okay, this won't. This won't. What about this?
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only,
only
witnessed
witnessed
traces of
this.
the aftermath.
Yeah. Oh, we won? I won.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the
Yeah, these two are
countdown
true.
started, Linny did indeed go into
Go
the
inside
tunnel,
the tunnel, yeah.
but he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored.
Okay.
Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room.
Okay.
Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The
Yes.
crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Innocent. We increased that. Yeah, we are equal now. Right now. Successfully refutation. What does that mean?
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that!
Paimon.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
Yes. Moreover, I believe my opposition resonation is flawed.
My reasoning?
Yes. The on-stage equipment was clearly tampered within a premeditated fashion. However, you say that Cowell bumped into Len by chance?
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that
actually.
what you say is true,
Hmm.
Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Yeah.
What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
They have a point.
Right, you tell him! And that's why they're partners of mine.
Partners of mine. 5 minutes have not been
Well,
partners of
your
mine.
denial is very strident. I'll give you that. But
What
what
proof?
proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember? Have you refused by?
Of course I do.
What?
If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has now become my crucial clue. Obviously, the clue is the voice of a chill chamber. I didn't get it. What? I can salute all. The stage sound during the magic show, entrance on the exit of the information about the missing lady.
Are you sure we don't need to give this more thought? Paimon thinks there's...
Okay, that's wrong.
Are you sure we don't need
Okay,
to
that's
give
wrong. Now what about this strange sound?
That's right!
Ah,
Linny
that
wasn't
one.
in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
Okay.
This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same
Via
clue used
the
to
vent.
disprove his alibi
Oh,
has
damn.
now become the best proof. How do you like that?
Damn, Paimon.
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
We don't know, but Lenny is not the murderer. The murderer was. Oh, we can't select the gate icon to. Okay, we should only do that also. I should read. Lenny gave a detailed amount of how the trick was supposed to work by using the box inside the box. The idea was for the box contain the audience member and transported across the tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use the tunnel to get to the other side. Having changing her outfit, Lenny and her assistant would take charge on the stage of interaction. The clothes belonging to Hazel, the lady who went missing, were found in the tunnel. The reason for the remaining unknown.
Could there have been a third person involved?
Possible. Evers is incorrect. Okay.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
No, I don't think so.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
Maybe did she? Oh, what? Then it's this guy.
The deceased's name is Cowell.
What? How did Cowell did it?
That can't be right. Are you serious?
Can be.
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh,
He died,
is
right?
that so? How interesting. Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Damn, is it Psychono? Feels like Psychono. It sounds like Psychono, right? Okay, how can we engage Lenny as having been unable to interface with the crime?
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances.
Hmm.
So where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Oh, this is there.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
Everything is wrong. Now, what should be the correct option? Okay, one thing is gone.
The
This is
deceased's
true.
name is Cowell.
This.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear. It would have been tough for... The sound we heard may have come from... Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
What? Now, whatever the four are there,
Halsey's
that's
clothing was in the tunnel.
the one.
The sound we heard may have... Halsey's clothing was in... Halsey's clothing was in the... The sound we heard may... Linny was not in the tunnel. The sound we heard may... Linny was not in the tunnel. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. It would have been tough for...
Bro, I'm just missing everything. I'm just trying to...
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Yeah, that's there.
No one entered or left the Opera House through it. The sound we heard may have come from a clash, but it would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The deceased's name is... No one entered or left. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or...
Bro, come on.
No one entered or left the Opera House through its entrances. The sound we heard may have... Halsey's clothing was in...
Okay. Now what? Crime must have understood. The criminal must have understood the methods behind the... Okay, that's... Leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cowell hastily struggling. Lenny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given time for Cowell to bring Hazel out of the magic box in the audience at hand. But according to the guard's testimonial, no one entered or left the opera house, so even if he had taken her, there would be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of audience, pretty much guaranteed that they would be discovered, obviously.
Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Hassel go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here
Wait,
I
what?
thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Wait, if I did not click it correctly, did the case go on?
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely.
Yeah.
And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
Escaping from the water tank. Wait, could it be in the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents. But do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Damn.
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold on a second.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Okay.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
Bro. Sorry, that's
Vase
it's the
was
water.
not broken by chance.
Huh.
It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
That's the clue. Finally, we figured it out. The water is the clue.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped.
Yeah, she disappeared, like vaporized in the water. How?
Escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
Yeah, that's what happened, right?
There's a similar method.
Why I couldn't
where
think
a
that?
person could be transformed into water.
Yeah.
Just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
Oh, well, that's what I thought. That we will sound preposterous. It's only done. It's only a magic trick that's done by that her sister, but no one can do. But
How
what
could
if they can do?
ever be transformed into water?
Yeah.
This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we can examine Cole's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection.
Okay.
But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him.
Oh yeah, actually, there was no blood also.
But given that we
Well,
aren't
they
making
can't
much
show it.
progress
That's
with
why
the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
we can.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
How is she looking?
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney.
This guy is a
Since
good guy.
The trial
I mean,
does indeed appear to be at an impasse.
this guy is a really good guy,
I
bro.
believe that
I
additional
need this
evidence may
character.
help us make more progress.
I don't want that guard.
Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
Okay. This guy is a proper attack guy.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Okay.
We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each
Oh.
labeled separately.
Oh.
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are water from the primordial sea.
The
Primordial Sea?
The note's
What's
contents
that?
also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice.
Drugs?
The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is. The notes also
Empty.
state
There
that
you
these
go.
dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine.
Let's
It's
go.
likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test
Test
subject.
subject.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Yeah,
Could
that
something
happens.
so ridiculous actually be true?
It happens.
This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean...
You two
You
with
two,
me.
with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order!
Whoa. Order is
It is
insane.
undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues.
Okay.
Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic,
These guys
albeit
left.
with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Cool.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all.
Yeah, what about the metal hook?
Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea, write down that liquid of the. So this
The
guy.
deceased's name is Cowell.
Select the queue.
The
What?
water from the
Blue.
Now it seems like the rope that held the water.
Ah.
Now it seems like the hook. Lynette was in the magic box on stage the entire time. Did she have something to do with it? I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The water from the primordial.
So please select the right clue.
Magic box.
Come on, man.
Lynette was in the magic box on the rope that held the water tank up was lit by the I remember there was.
What? I remember? Okay, rope is wrong.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of. Lynette was in the magic box. Now it seems like the.
Okay, I did it. Somehow. By trial and error method. Well, we lost our 60 Prima Gems of today's.
In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope, and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Oh.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey.
Oh.
Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Everything, yeah. Everything is Paimon lined up everything, huh?
Dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person?
Oh, she's
What a
sweet also.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence.
New
I shall now
evidence.
invite him on stage to share it with us.
New evidence, new evidence. What is the new evidence?
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case.
Okay.
And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
What?
That can't be.
Okay, now again.
I see. Well, how wonderful.
Came to again same conclusion.
To have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience,
allow me to present my
reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Okay, another performance now.
They did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all.
Okay.
Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having
Via
made
the vent.
modifications to the props beforehand,
Hmm.
his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea.
Okay.
But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime.
What?
Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the
Wait,
tool meant
was,
to
huh?
cover the crime up also became a murder weapon.
Okay.
Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
We'll now have to change
Am I
some
right,
stuff.
Mr.
Lenny? No, it's
We've
not.
used up all the evidence we collected.
There's
no
no
way
way.
for us to make a rebuttal here.
What?
Is this the end of the road?
No, we can, come on. It's our time. Holy shit.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either. It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now, and we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale.
Believe this in the... There's one more
Then, my
point.
good, noble Chief Justice, should we
Noble.
not, in your view, move...
There is
Excuse
some.
me, everyone, but I
Oh.
must interject.
Let's go.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll
What?
show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes.
What?
Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
What?
I understand.
I did not understand. He brought the girl back or something?
And
Yes, yes.
voila.
Click and voila. And what happened? And that lady is back again. Lady is back.
Sorry for the interruption.
She's Hazel, right? Her name was Hazel something?
Isn't that Halsey?
Halsey, yeah.
So
Hazel,
the
I'm
whole
saying.
thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial.
What? Mad piece of shit. You should have
I
come.
was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
Oh.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowell.
What? How? Where? What? How? Who? How? What? I did what use of the brain what is the use of our brains?
What? Why?
Well, the story is interesting and great. They have really made it really mystery. We never thought that she would have killed him.
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey.
Okay.
It's Lillian. And
Lillian.
I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Huh? Monster.
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one.
Okay.
That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before.
That's a thief what we
But I
caught at
was
the
noticed
first.
at the harbor a few days
first
ago,
time.
and I barely got away. Lenny was the one who caught me in the act.
Oh yeah, in the starting of our conquest
Hey,
when we
no
met.
wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box.
Oh, what?
There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes.
Oh,
I
did
slipped
not
out
see the
after the first
performance
guard arrived at
costume.
the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Hmm.
Can a person even hide in there?
If there is a uh, and whatever the professional thief could make it
But
work.
I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known
it's an
that, I
accident?
wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yeah, now it's time to refute the Hydra Archon previous
This
reasoning.
time, we need to tell the entire story from Lily-Ann's perspective.
Yeah. Okay, now it's our time. So, linear perspective. Here I would change the what?
The
Yeah.
strange sound wasn't from a fight.
Hmm.
It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Okay. And then she removed the clothes. No.
The
Okay.
flower vase was not broken to cover anything up,
But
it was
smashed during the struggle between
Lily-Ann
Lillian
and
and
Cowell.
Cowell. Okay. And Lillian stuffed it in the box. Yeah, cloth.
Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of
Done. Cool.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time!
Time time.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian
Panicked.
Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket.
Oh, okay. She did not dissolve because she was not from Fountain. Only Fountain people can dissolve in the water. Huh? Oh.
Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting it with no way of escaping. She changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
That's fully finished. Ten.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the opera house these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons.
Oh.
So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo!
Bravo. Finally. We won, right?
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
No.
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
Oh, she was leaving?
What? Are you reading my mind now? No, I have no further arguments.
Okay.
I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
Yes.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events.
Cool.
The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list.
Simply, that is coincidence.
With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen.
Oh, he did do that.
To cover
Okay.
up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved.
So he thought. Oh,
He
okay,
also
that's the
tampered with the
preparation.
rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks.
Okay.
He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid.
So he was actually trying to do something. He was trying to hide this lady or something, huh? I guess. I mean, yeah, he was trying to. What do you call? What do you call, man? To capture that lady? No. Kidnapping that lady, huh? He was trying to actually kidnap that lady, I guess.
Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water.
Okay.
If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian.
Yeah.
Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house.
Easy.
As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately,
Okay.
this case at least can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
It's easy. We are innocent. That's how it works. Whoa. So much energy from there. You get a card also? Okay.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared
Not guilty.
Great work,
Hey, it's
partners.
Detective Paimon.
Thank you all.
Paimon
Thank you so
defeated
much.
a god. Damn, let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery?
Oh, yeah.
But false evidence that you dare to bring before this court.
Oh, yeah, what
I
about that?
suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak
Oh,
quickly.
shit.
Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders.
Whose orders?
We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui.
Oh.
The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve.
And who is that?
It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration.
Okay.
We've been in this business for a while now. and
Whoa.
have made decent mora off it.
Oh.
The disappearances were also the boss's idea.
Oh.
I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
What? It just dissolved? It just dissolved. He did not set the boss name. He turned into a water. Yeah.
And now he can no longer talk.
Simple.
Such ruthlessness.
So much mystery, eh? So much
I
twists
shouldn't have
and turns in
expected any
the
less of them.
roller coaster story they have made this time.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Oh, there is two of these guards also. However, nothing is found on the scene apart from the liquid left behind the window dissolved.
So, we're just going back now?
Yes. The problem seems to have been solved from now. For now, we are not needed here anymore.
True, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Okay, what is it?
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
Shit.
But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused. I just wanted to be sure that we are.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me.
Oh, he's an orphan.
That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Okay. Otis.
The Knave?
Otis.
The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
She?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story?
Easier for
It's
okay.
about,
There's
like, back when our parents
sure. That's what we
Lynette
need.
and I were left wandering the streets.
Okay.
To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic.
Okay.
It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks.
Okay.
I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner.
Yeah.
And we began to perform magic tricks there.
Yeah, okay.
To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But
every time there's a
I
story
didn't
of
want my
magician
sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long,
Okay.
an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
Okay.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks.
Okay.
He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was.
And who was that
After
guy?
one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me.
What? Oh, what? Did not get it.
I waited a long time after we returned home, but
Okay.
she did not come back.
Okay.
I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no. So he was gonna...
Oh no.
Wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with
Now I
such
get it.
people?
Now I get
As far as outsiders are concerned,
bad.
this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Villains. So what happened after
I
that?
managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right.
Yeah.
She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
Oh.
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here.
But two is kind of a good.
I was hesitant to
Some
trust
good
her.
people are also there.
I
That
mean,
means.
I had just been betrayed by nobles.
Yeah.
But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
That's all in the past, though. The new is off to the Gnosis, isn't she? Yeah, she is.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Saritsa to first use the Gnosis's power once she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
What?
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the
She's a
Hearth
good
is currently
person?
working to combat that crisis.
This time it was really confusing story. I mean, this part only. The other part was really good.
Today's case has also proven that people from
Is she a
Fontaine
good
can
person?
indeed
Is she a
dissolve
bad
into some
person?
sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy.
Oh.
All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
Yeah.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
Yeah, but I still cannot complete
It's
it.
alright. I
Okay.
understand.
Why, Traveler? Why?
The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
What? Understood? Goodbye? Damn, Traveler just walks away? Moves away?
Bye, Linny!
Damn. Like, I'm not trusting. They left. I'm not trusting you, bruh.
Time to go.
What will Traveler say now? Yeah, what about this lady?
Hey there. What was
Maybe-
with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Are you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it?
Yeah,
I do
it
feel
does.
that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
No, I'm
Huh?
sorry, Navia.
What's wrong, my dear partner?
I wasn't necessarily looking into serial disappearance cases. I was really only trying to defend Melanie.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now.
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only
Yeah.
arrived in Fontaine after all.
Yes,
Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
I have to travel the whole fountain yet.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer.
Alright, chill.
Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal?
Mhm.
Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well,
So we're
I'd
getting
just like to
getting
have
a
proper
treat?
ending to every important memory.
Oh, that's
That
cool.
way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Let's go have a meal then.
Twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navi is treating, count Paimon in.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the Court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
Hotel Dibor, we heard about that. We went inside. We did not go inside, but we were there. Now we are going to offering of the fountain. Okay. Almost completed. We just need to go over this area. Inside the hotel. Complete the meal. Finally, the Archon story is completed, I guess. Where did I teleport to? All right, here. And the hotel is just beside the teleporting point.
I came here several times with my father when I was little.
And the hotel is also
Stopped
huge.
eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while.
Oh.
Paimon's getting excited already.
Well, in
Already.
that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Sure.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Yeah. Looks different.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you
Chicken,
like.
bagel,
If
what
the
is
food's good,
soup?
I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
Oh.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Yeah, it was a pleasure working with you.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Damn. Paimon is more happier than ever.
You had to order even more food.
Paimon is more happier than ever.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Yeah, what about that?
We've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Okay. But yeah, guys, please remove the chair from Paimon. She will not be sitting, she will be flying.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved
Dissolved like that. Only
Right?
Fountainers
Yet
can
it was
dissolve.
because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct.
Yeah, okay.
It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through.
That's
where
why
their
the
watch
detective
fails
team
them.
exists.
That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's
No.
talk about something else.
What are your
Like,
future plans?
What are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information, but we haven't had much opportunity to do so.
We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see.
Archon is really weird, so
your
why would...
primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon.
Yeah, but chat and all...
There's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina.
Yeah.
I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Lol.
We've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
And she's weird and cruel
consider
type
some
of
more,
person also.
Unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well,
What do you think in mind? Yeah. In
One
what
way
way?
would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance.
Huh?
I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and
Okay.
would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't
Damn,
you think?
that's a great idea.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off.
Okay.
We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
Lol,
I
what?
can personally testify
That
that
can
this
be
one
done.
works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That we can't do.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How can you overlook something like that?
Alright, no more joking around.
Okay, give me a proper answer.
Could. Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
Yeah, maybe.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Would someone with her personality really feel
Why
shame?
don't we give it a try after
Maybe.
this meal?
That also
You know,
can.
strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Why did you drink then? I have to agree. My drink also tastes
Is
that
that
way.
so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then.
Oh,
if we're all
cool.
finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Is it Fanta?
We're stuffed.
Fanta.
For the
Same
treat,
thing.
Navia.
Fanta, even in India we find Fanta a lot. The drink Fanta. But is that the same one or is it this is different?
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
Oh, she's really down today. You could try walking, you could try floating a little lower.
Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for expenses this month,
Oh,
we're
shit.
left with...
Hey,
Oh,
Navia,
shit.
what are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing,
He's
nothing.
counting her
It was
expense.
just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Oh, that was pretty pricey meal. All thanks to Paimon. Seems that was pretty tough for her.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So
We
this is
can
goodbye,
pay
huh?
her Mora back.
Well,
We have a
If you
lot.
do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority.
Thanks.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See ya!
Bye. The Archon quest is fully finished. Completed. Now the next Archon quest will be in 4.1 or 2. Oh, we still have to do some stuff. Where are we going? Opera House.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Yeah.
Vache.
Oh, again. We hear something.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
And it's clearer than it was during the day. Kinda
Kinda
spooky.
spooky.
Are you sure you...
Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Who is Vache?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There
I
might
can
be
feel
something
strong
nasty in the
emotions.
water.
Things are getting a little blurry.
Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for...
Oh, finally, Vache. She can also hear? Cool, go.
Traveler?
There is still so much to do. Is the Archon quest is still there? Hey, who's that? Oceanite. Where this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache?
No, we are not.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is? I'm...
Love?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know.
What?
My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood.
Oh.
So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered.
What?
How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
Human? You were once
Yes,
human?
that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
You lost your
I
form?
do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Light blue water? Could that have been? Could she be one of the girl who Oh yeah.
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
So you need me to find him?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning.
Then why were you shouting Vache, Vache?
Any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache,
Tell him not to look.
tell him not to look for me.
Tell him to move
Tell
on.
him to move on.
That is the thing.
That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so.
Whom are you talking
As
to?
I was submerged in the waters, losing
Our
consciousness.
traveler is on drugs, I guess.
I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If
Okay,
only I
continue.
could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
Vache was a witness to the fact that
Is
you
that
dissolved.
what you call it?
Dissolving.
Dissolving.
If anything, I consider
If
it a form of.
anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Some measures of consciousness still remains. Seems that after the body is dissolved,
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Is that Paimon? Oh, right. I wonder how much time has passed in
Farewell,
reality.
then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
Yeah.
Remember, if you see Vache, tell him
And
not
not
to
to
seek
seek
me out
alone.
any longer.
Okay. But what should I say? What should I say your name? Oceanite? Whoa, 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 whoa. Where are we? Oh, what is that? What? What? What is this fighting and all happening? When did this fighting started?
Demoiselle, look out!
Why are we fighting these? Yeah, cool. When we have sword.
It's a whole army of Gardamex.
But why are we fighting them? Whoa,
Chlorand?
she is the one. Hey, she's helping us, I guess. Another Electro SWAT character. Let's go.
Quick, now's our chance!
Anime action scenes. Damn, cutscenes of Genshin Impacts are really cool, man. And she helped us. That was so. What was that, man? That was really cool.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Clorand.
Hmm.
But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I
Followed
followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is
Stalking?
it not?
Jeez.
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do
Mr.
the
Calyx?
same
Who is that?
were he alive today.
Oh, okay.
Do not
That should be his
speak
father.
of my father.
Okay.
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
How many new characters did we find? This lady, Lauren. This lady, who's with N, the name is. Our judge, 3. And those 2 twins. And Archon God. 6 characters. 6 new characters we found. And did we found anyone else? Let's see. Let's recall. No, that's it. Six new characters we found. Damn.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Maybe 1 or 2 are left.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago.
Oh.
They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
Oh, okay.
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means.
Oh.
Deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
Damn.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish.
Cool.
Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
Cool.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
What is her hat? Just
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
Yeah, now what happened? Who was that? Yeah, what?
Goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Thanks for the rescue, Navi. Also you are fighter now, Paimon.
Oh. Come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there.
Oh.
Not for me, anyway.
Okay.
In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Oh, she's a Geo character. Now I see that badge. Now I see that vision. She is a Geo character with a... What is that? Claymore.
As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill
long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Okay.
Huh? Really?
Are we?
Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
I should keep this phone in the charge, or else it die into it. Alright, that one viewer what I was getting that also is lost. Because my
Yes.
phone is
All
out
thanks
of
to
charge.
you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was
Okay.
on the way back to one of our bases when I
Okay.
suddenly thought of what you said.
Okay.
That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Oh yeah. Wait, do you mean that someone used I thought it tasted strange as well, but it could be I couldn't be sure.
Fanta
Something
only comes in sweet flavors.
Yeah.
So how could it have tasted salty?
Yeah,
The
the
color
color
of
was
the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
Oh, so someone has poured something else
So the
on it.
Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Oh,
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me,
he would have died.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Damn.
Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fountain. Otherwise, we would have been
I sent
dead.
people to Hotel de Boer to investigate.
Hmm.
But whoever did this left no trace at all.
Oh,
That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried
Okay.
here as quickly as I could.
okay.
But why would they
Who
go
are?
after us too?
Yeah, why are they
All
doing?
they did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name.
Yeah, what did we do?
Now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
Okay.
Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
No.
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. He said that he heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voice like that has to do with one sensitivity of the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
Maybe.
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel. What?
While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belongs to one of the missing women. A person named Vachar was witness when she dissolved. Oh,
That is important.
really important. Very important. You tell everyone about that happening. Okay. How was your night?
That
Varshay.
name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene.
Yes.
But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we should try searching
Yes.
for him.
Thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alright, partner, by we, you meant us to, right?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right?
Yes.
And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
This will prove that. This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you.
Okay.
We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Okay.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Alright, the story is still continuing. There is still so much to do, that means. Oh, what is this? Sure, I want this inside my teapot. I'm thinking to complete the daily commissions first. As of yesterday, I stopped. Did not complete. And there is Archon quest and all also. That would be huge. Let me complete the daily commissions first. That would be better. Fountain lure. Let me complete the daily commissions, sort out the prizes. 160, it's cap on 160. We got new talents and new, what do you call, where are the new domains? Let's see. One is over here that I have to open, unlock, whatever. One is, wait, what is this domain about? The new artifacts. We can go and do that, or else we can go for new talents. Those are here, right? Those are the new talent materials. Where is there? Should be another domain then. No, that's it. Okay. So back to Tin 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 Tin.
One with nature.
Completes this daily domains fast. Sorry, daily challenges, daily commissions. Oh, okay. You're on the right path. Oh, I can do this, right? Yeah, I have a itchy head. I don't know why. My hair is good and all, but still a itchy head. I hate it.
That's close enough.
Let me scribe.
Where do you think you're going?
Here only I am.
Shine down. The wind knows me. As one with wind and cloud. Following orders. Feeling lucky today. I'll go.
Haha.
Yeah.
Oh, that guy, this girl left.
Decided by destiny. Now you shall perish.
One with nature. Go.
Lol, we can use Traveler also. There is another, not here, right? Tomorrow is huge, huh? Maybe Fountain will be the next huge map, or is that it for the Fountain? I mean, that's a huge map, but still, maybe there will be another area to unlock, or that's it. After that, they will unlock something new Archon. After 4.5 or after 4.5 or I'm now it's done. Wait, what? Yeah, done, right? After 4.5 or 4.6, I guess we are getting another area, new area or something. Or maybe in 4.3 itself we're gonna get new area. But I'm thinking at 5.0 only we're gonna get the new Archon thing, right? I mean, it's Hydro Archon. Next should be the Pyro Archon or Cryo Archon. Who knows? After Fountain, what are we unlocking? Cryo or Pyro? And in Cryo, we're gonna get our Catalyst.
I follow the wind.
Cryo Catalyst that we did not get in this game yet. Done. So let's go. We have two more. One over here. That's far. Do we have we have condenser.
Time to go.
Shadows of fate.
Doing campfiring and all, huh? I stopped that.
Go! Illusion shattered. Clouds high. The birds calm. The wind knows me.
Okay.
Water jet.
Easy. What's daily commission is done. I thought 2 more are there. After completing the Archon quest, we can do daily commission thing in fountain area also. But right now we should not be doing that because area is fully not unlocked.
Add Astro.
Let's go. Oh, new flowers. We need those flowers also, I guess. Man, increase expression power, guys. I mean, I need 6 or 7. Add them. Oh, we finished this. Nice. Oh, there's one more Act 2 thing. Okay. And there is Act 3 also. Okay. After completion of the Archon story, we'll check out. Wait, for now, let's do one thing. What we're gonna do is we did not unlock anything over here, right? Should we go and unlock this and do an artifact thing? What are the artifacts? Elemental skills increases elemental skill damage. Additional in the elements. Oh, okay. What about this one? Normal and charge attack damage increases when the current HP increases. Okay, I don't know what are those. If these are near, I will go and unlock this. Have this to unlock also. You know what? We go over. Simply. Simply means I should have done the Trident Shogun one. It would be more powerful. Geo Strength. Team Geo Strength. We'll do twice or thrice. Then we'll close.
Stabilize.
Fate is upon you.
Order guide you. Who wants some of this? Let's roll. Ha! Ha! Ha!
Ah,
Ha! Ha!
easy. 30 seconds? No, 35 seconds. One more time, 2 more time. Come on, fast. We'll finish this. Archon Horizon thing will go. But we lost our 60 of those, right? What do you call? 60 Primogems we lost, yeah. That day one day. One day we did not do tail challenges. I mean daily commissions. In that case, I would have lost like many.
Let me scry. Everybody stand back.
I will have order. It's showtime.
That's it. We are not doing anymore. Skip. It will skip like 2 frames or 1 frame, and these both are not that good. All right, let's go to. Yeah, go here.
Can't catch me.
Okay, let's go continue the Archon quest. Right away to Fountain. We go over here. Let's go. Oh wait, let's change our party setup, guys, first. Ah.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Okay.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Okay, we are going down. What is this area? New area I find. Oh, what is this? We are going underground something? We can fly, so we don't need any ladders. Oh, is this guy? Just work here.
Time to go. I follow the wind.
Why are kids here? What are you guys doing here? Go study some. Go to your school. Where are we going? There are so many kids here. There are people are running shops over here, I guess. Just normal investigation. Oh, I don't feel anything.
Time to go.
I can go here. Okay, alright. What is this area? Cool, we can teleport here. Okay, there is a whole. So many people are here. Oh, okay, underground people are also there. There's a wine shop here, I guess.
This is your base?
Hmm.
It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged.
How?
Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Okay, so much for you, for my expectation. Thank you.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
Why
After
would
all,
you
we
spend
don't
that much
allow
then?
illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Oh.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right?
Spina di Rosula.
How did he...
Spina di Rosula.
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
Sure, thanks.
I'll explain it myself.
Oh, cool.
I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever.
Hmm.
And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets.
Huh?
3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But
Okay.
he chose a duel to defend his honor instead
Okay.
of standing trial.
Okay.
He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh shit.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up.
Okay.
At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead?
Yeah.
If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
It does. It doesn't seem quite odd. Do you have any clues?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth.
Still did not get to
If only
the
he'd been
truth.
more
How
open with
many
me
years?
when he was still alive.
How many years has
He
it
even hid the
happened?
fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me.
Oh.
And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know, we quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle,
Yeah.
please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
They like the drama that she built.
Never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused,
God.
we have to find the truth.
Archon got built like that.
Deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Miss Clorand.
That's why.
Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed
Killed him. Yeah. No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you. Yeah. Now I get it.
That's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Yeah.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel.
Oh.
If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Alright, I don't think so this thing will stop. And actually it's lunchtime and it crossed lunchtime. It's 3:42. I haven't had lunch yet. You know what? Give me 2 minutes or something. I'll bring my lunch. I'll eat here itself. I'll off the camera. Simple. And we'll continue the story. I'm gonna complete the Archon story today itself. I mean, whatever till now they have given to us. We're gonna complete the Archon story today at least. Alright, be right back. Until that time, there is no music, so do not. We're gonna do this, and I'll be right back. Alright, hello. Back with my lunch. I'm gonna keep eating, obviously, and you're gonna keep hearing that chewing sound, I guess, if my mic hears that. But we're gonna continue with the story, the Archon quest, and yeah, without what you call face cam right now. All right, that's what she's saying. All right, then that indicates that he indeed to die in the duel. Yeah.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Hmm. Oh, auto. I'll keep auto.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will
Thanks.
ensure you rest soundly.
Alright, thanks. This is the poor area of fountain. Now I get it. How is the hotels over here? I'll go and check. Peaceful night past another.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
Yeah.
Huh?
Where are they? Oh, what?
Where did the other two go?
She
I
is
sent them
drinking.
back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Damn.
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence.
Huh?
It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Okay.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
And he's a good guy, good person also. No? He says,
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Alright. Let's check this out, check this area out.
Time to go.
Alright, leave. Nothing interesting, just a small city underground, I would say. Right? What is that area?
Time to go.
Oh, what is this? Consequently, what? Damn. There is a turtle inside over this area. We can talk to him. Hello, hello. No sound. That's right. You can't talk. Why am I just wasting my time here? All I do is not talking anything. I was going to say I want to unlock this thing. Navigate. Oh, it's not underground. It's not underground. Let's leave then. We're gonna go straight away to that area. That
The palais is
navigation
right
we
up
can-
ahead. Come on.
Let's go.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Okay.
This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to.
Okay.
Our rules make no exceptions.
Okay.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Nice.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
Okay.
No. What I meant to say is,
Small
shouldn't
guard.
you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys.
Yeah.
It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Oh, cool.
Ah, thanks so much.
Please come in.
No, will it? Oh, is that far? I thought it's just beside the door.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only like to get in because we didn't know
Monsieur
any other
Nervalet.
way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
Damn.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Okay. How many files does he have? A lot, I guess.
Who knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
Yeah, he's a good person.
Unfortunately,
Nothing.
I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
Whoa.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Guess that's that. So we are back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem.
I need this character.
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
Damn.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette?
Monsieur.
Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret?
That's why she was
No.
not coming, huh?
You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words.
Oh shit.
You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you
Damn,
truly
she's
regret my
talking to
father's
the
death,
judge
then
like
why
that.
didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So if you really
Oh
have
shit, I
no
skipped
heart,
for some reason.
then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
Damn.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike.
Oh lol.
You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice.
Ah.
Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
After saying these many words, I am sorry to say these words. Very nice. Well, it's her father then. about her father. We can't do anything. She is allowed to say those all words. We have a cutscene, no? Cool.
Navia, are you
Oh,
okay?
it's not a cutscene.
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strict.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case, was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
Fact that people can be trusted, turned into water,
So
yeah?
you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah.
Oh.
And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a
Damn.
true genius for a partner.
Hi.
You're completely
Guys.
right. How did
Yeah,
I
that's
not connect
that
the
might have
dots
happened.
earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah,
Are we solving?
for sure this time.
What are
Do
we
you want to go with me now?
solving?
Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
You go. You can go first. I'll join later. We should go while the idea is still fresh. I'm going with her, but let me bring my food again. Be right back. I'm gonna complete it today itself. I guess it took me time. Right, I'm back with my plate and we are continuing with her.
Great. Let's go then.
They are like, let's give him a break. Let's give him the option to go with her or not. You can go with
Clear
her
weather
later
all around
also.
brightens the
Oh, we are already. Wait, what is this area? What is that blue jay or what? Okay, we came over here, this area. Oh. Well, where is the hydroclus? Below, I guess. Can't hear the hydroclus. Is it on the top? Oh. You know what? Later we're gonna find that.
Time to go.
Another teleport point. Another area unlocked.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Oh.
A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
Yeah. Oh, I have a question. Fountain people, do they, what do you call, do they bath or not? As they dissolve in water and water comes in the fountain, that river only. Will they get dissolved or what?
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Okay. For home. Again I have to operate or no? Should I take that or later? Later. Later we're gonna collect all the, what do you call, Oculus, Hydroculus
Time to go.
with a map, and that would be easier to collect all of them at one single stream. In one single stream in 1-2 hours. It will take 1 hour mostly. All the Hydroculus we're gonna take it 1 single hour. I mean in one single stream itself. Right now we're gonna skip the
Melus,
Oculus.
we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Yeah. But now we know, could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell more
Can be.
about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now,
It's
it's
like
almost certain that synth is
CID
created
or
using
Crime
water from the
Patrol.
primordial sea. If you
They
drink
are
synth for an
doing
extended
in
amount of
Genshin
time,
Impact.
you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work
Jacques.
after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food.
Yo, what's up? We're back with the
But then,
face
I
cam.
heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father.
You have
still
guns also
holding
in
a
this
gun,
game now?
And Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
You have
How did
guns?
that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
That's what. So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all
Obviously.
thanks to you that I made the connection now.
Hmm.
Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet.
Oh.
But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jax, but it's also possible that the third person
You're right.
was to
We
blame.
still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out.
Now we are on right track.
I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning.
Butler.
Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew?
Yeah.
Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely
Spina di
getting
Rosula.
by. Nothing has changed.
So much
Did
mystery.
he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want
Okay.
to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
So many stuffs to
This is
find.
indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you
All right
do
then.
know something else, Maloose.
What?
Yes, I
What do you know?
In
What? He
fact,
knows
even
anything?
before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness.
Huh?
The
Cancer
doctors
again?
told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And
Okay.
the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5
Okay.
years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict.
Okay.
But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Okay.
Right. So nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss.
Okay.
To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence.
Oh no.
So that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this
Not
correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Maloose, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced.
Huh?
Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But
Nice.
if
So
you
we
want
have-
to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Okay, let me know.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Yes.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then In that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case.
Yeah.
We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true.
So many.
Seems but things
So many
are
words.
different now. It
So
should
much
be
to
a lot
care, huh?
easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will.
Yes.
I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula.
Okay.
Or at least have an informant planted here.
Spina di
When I
Rosula.
announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Okay. This mustache guy.
Florent?
Yes,
But you know him?
surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well.
Oh.
Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this conflict?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
Oh, damn.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support.
Oh.
It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly.
Yeah.
To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right
Just
next
next
to me
to
all
us,
along,
yeah.
among those I trust the most.
Lol.
It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Yeah.
Of course. And thank you, Maloose. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Okay.
Oh, thank you so much, Maloose.
That's
You
cool.
really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Another case. When is this Archon story
I hope we can work
going
together
to
to
complete?
uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
So we are doing 2 cases in one Archon quest. We are doing another case also now. Is this a Archon in the Archon story only, or are we just doing this simply? need to go there. Nice area. All
It
right.
is settled then. Please excuse me and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Cool.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Hmm. Oh, wait. What happened? What's wrong?
Hey.
What's wrong?
Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
How did your husband die?
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques?
Oh, Jock.
I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you. And to all of us.
She's like, whatever.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Does that mean someone ordered dogs to take?
I don't know that for sure,
blacks?
but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense.
Okay.
It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man. So why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Everyone does.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons.
Yes.
Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Okay. Oh, no. We did not thought to use sword on you.
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next.
You know we can
Garage should
swim
be
here.
nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city.
Yeah, that you find. I want to swim for
I'll
some
get
time.
myself together on the way. So please don't worry.
The swimming part is interesting in this game. The whole swimming part is really interesting. Oh, where are we going? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, are we going somewhere? Whoa. Going inside some water. Let's go, let's go. No, no. How do I cancel that? How do I cancel? I can't cancel it with mid. You have a teleporter point over there, right? So cool. How deep is this water? Oh, this is a healing thing. Okay, I get it. Pretty cool, huh? Got one more Oculus. Wait, what is that up thing? Pretty interesting. Where are we going? Where are we going actually? Simply to explore this area, or we have something to do over here? Oh, this is some area. Pretty over here. With this, I can go inside again.
Another test subject.
One with
Hey
nature.
guys, how are you?
Delved into destiny.
Water jet. Shine down.
Lol. Is this the enemy area? I just barged in like that. Where is that tingle? Oh, you're here.
Into the wind. Illusion shattered.
Lol.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Oh, okay, what is this area? Nice. So many coins. We got some lumbat fish roll. Okay, what is this? Learn this. We learn this also. Later we're gonna find what are those. Wow, we can smoothies and all also we learned a lot of what is this? Mint fruit tea. Okay. Sure and all that's from somewhere. Nothing interesting over here. But I want to open the teleporter and then go. Oh, it's just over here.
Brings a smile to my face.
Oh, it's over there. Now do I go over there? How do I open this then? Oh, okay. That's a different path totally. Oh, we have this much of underground area? Holy shit. GG then. There's no teleporter point over here, but yeah. This area. Let me go. How many did we find? 5 or 4 something. Something 5 or 4. Let me check. Uh Genshin map. Pivot interactive map. That's where you find the most of the fountain area stuff. Alright, fountain we can see here. I just want to, yeah, so many caves and all. They are pointed. Remove the caves, remove the ship. Yeah, I want to waypoints are there? No. Where is Moculus? Yeah, Hydroclus. And we found one.
Wherever in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home. This blade. It is the last
Did I
link I
take
have
this?
to the
Yeah,
land
I
of my
take
birth.
this. I took this. And I don't know if I took this or not. I took this also, right? I don't remember, but I guess I took this also. I did not take this. Two are done, okay? One under cave. How do I go on under the cave thing? How do I see under cave thing?
There are leaves around, and I know just the
Okay.
tune to accompany them, if you wish to hear it.
Okay, this is that area. This is this area. We go that area. Here. This one I took. Mark. Layer exploration. Okay, layer exploration. Oh, here it is. Okay, okay. Oh, I'm not streaming, right? Okay, wait. Green. Into stream. Screen. Let's go. Yeah. So you see this. You find this map. The whole map is there. Okay. Map went like this, huh? What about this area then? We are over here right now in this cave, and I am marking this that I have taken this
Wherever
one.
in this world I roam, I carry memories of my home.
There are so many over here that I have to
It
take.
is the last link I have to the land of my birth.
And I don't remember what are other teleportation points. Did I take this? I feel like this one I took. I don't remember properly, but I have taken this also, I guess. No, I did not take. Let's see. Alright, this is the map where you can find all the Oculus, I mean. You can find them and mark them that I have taken this, and later you can find all the ones. If I close this.
This scenery is wonderful.
Oh no, it doesn't work.
Surely enough to convince anyone to become a wanderer.
How do I back to? Oh yeah, back to normal. I don't remember more which of the Oculus I have taken or not. But yeah, this is the map which we can find out. Which we can mark whatever Oculus we have taken. There are 3 Oculus here, damn. Alright, back to the game. There is no mock Oculus over here, so I'm gonna straight away teleport to this area. I have taken here also, right? Where is this part? Let me check again. I haven't taken this, but I took this one, right? Mark. I have taken that.
Follow the wind.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House? Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside. And we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table.
Okay.
After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it.
Okay.
Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after?
Okay.
My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands.
Okay.
All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Okay.
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques.
Okay.
But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
Yes, it is very
At
possible.
least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
Maybe he doesn't want to say that prophecy is truth and everyone may be scared or something.
Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand.
Okay.
Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss.
Okay.
And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula. And live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most.
Oh, cool, thanks.
And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Nice. Cool. Let's go. Information gathered from this guy. Now we are going to... How far is it? So back to the surface. Oh, we are going straight away to there. But first, I want this thing over here. I marked the thing. Oh. Let's wait.
One with nature.
And that's on the top, right?
Time to go. The wind knows me.
Array. Oh no, I just missed everything. Yeah. Is it? That's on the top. I already marked in the Genshin Impact Kivat map. Kivat interactive map. That's what you can search. It is in Genshin Impact map also, but this is more better than that. That's what I meant to say. I don't know if I will be coming back to this place or not, but let's do this.
Brings a smile to my face.
Time to go.
Is it nearby? Two are there here. Is it underground or what? It's underground.
Shadows of fate, decided by destiny. Torn to oblivion. There is no escape. Ha!
Lol. Oh, my phone. Hello? Hello? Apa? Alright. Oh shit. This is because this thing. I messed up here. This happened because I saw my dad's calling, and when someone's dad is calling, it is serious. It's not serious actually, but I don't ignore my dad's call. So I was like, let's go fast. I want my dad not to say that I'm busy and all. Or did he miss call or before also, or this was the first time he called? Okay, this was the first time he called. There is no missed calls. Alright, save to death. Alright, let's mark this position also. This one pinned. And what about this one? Where is this? This is underground. How do I go over here? By this cave? How do I check the underground area? Wait. How do I check this area? Which cave it is? Unpin that. Level up. Okay. Okay, this was near that ship thing. Alright, you know what? We're gonna go under again.
Wherever in this world I roam.
Hundred more. Wow, so much. After this Hydroclus, we're gonna leave. And that's over there. Easy, cool. Alright, we can mark this also now. Pin. We have collected this. Cool, let's go. Back on top. This is the other part of underground. Okay. Alright, let's go. Let's go to the story part.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Okay, I'll be back. Nothing but just the plate I am gonna give. Tin, 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 tin. Yeah, next.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callis did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rasula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Don't know.
Yes. These two are my partners.
Partners.
What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Yes.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city.
Oh yeah, Gardamax is that robot that means. Okay, got it.
If you, hypothetically, wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
I'm straight in front of him, she's saying.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you.
Okay.
You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage.
Oh.
If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely.
Okay.
The same goes for me and my Gardamex.
Okay.
Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think.
Okay.
There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both.
Both.
Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Makes sense.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation.
Cool.
I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Now where are we going?
Time to go.
Nearby only. We can open this teleporter also, and if we want we can open this one also. There are 3 teleporters over here, but so many challenges will be there. For left, this is a lift. Okay, lift is coming in a certain floor. Why do I need lift? For going up I can understand. For left, coming. For going up it I can understand, but going down I don't want any lift. But alright, if it's going. Alright, this is the 4th floor, this is the 3rd floor. Which side? Okay. This will not go right. Okay.
Time to go.
Nice, finally found that teleporter point. And where is that thing? That's over here, this way. Cancel the navigation point for this now. Okay, cool. Cancel. If we reach that area, it cancels automatically. I got it. Oh, what is that? Alright, who is she? No.
Hello. How may I help you?
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure.
Navia.
I will let him know right away.
Alright, my headphones did not die with that big fall.
Hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show.
Oh.
Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery?
Yeah.
I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
Yeah, Paimon.
To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Damn, he
Exactly.
straight away got
I
to that.
still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea.
Oh.
If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Damn.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
Okay. No problem. Recall your memory.
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Okay.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable...
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
Damn.
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Damn. Whatever money you want, take. Give me some Mora, bro. How much Mora can you give? No, he's not giving me more right now. We're gonna go up and talk about it, right? I guess so. Right, let me check one thing. Okay, there is no Oculus over here, this area. Wait, how do I go up? Oh no, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess I have taken some. I took this, I guess. I don't remember. I'll check those areas again, no problem. Okay, it's from the game. I thought outside to some sound.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Check this motive.
You're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jock, I wouldn't have fired the first shot at all.
And why is that?
Would he guarantee his safety after killing Clash? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who relates everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the three suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
Even I don't know.
Uncle Marcel?
I mean, he's really.
My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects.
So not
Maybe
Marcel.
that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of Mora and energy to fight his own sin?
Maybe it was someone else. It should be this guy. What was his
Thierry, you
name?
say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use.
Yeah, that's what. He has more, very
Didn't
much
feel
more,
like he
right?
was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha.
Okay.
I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Maybe it was someone else. Again, someone else is
Florent?
Florent. Who's left?
It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di
Should I have
Rossilla's
gone with-
advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and
I
security.
guess not three of
so
them.
he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
It's just dialogues
So
they're
you're
saying.
saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Obviously.
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly.
Yeah.
Who could it be?
I think again what? Oh, okay. We are doing this. Who is this third guy?
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
How?
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who is very close to you after all.
We still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The synth prediction base.
Yes. Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options, right?
Let's
we need
go,
far more
Guardian.
solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Oh, we still need
Navia,
proof.
here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Oh, what
Aren't
happened?
you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Child?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah.
We know him.
Maybe
Maybe
a
even a
little-
little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
No, he can't be.
It's absurd, don't you think?
He can't be.
How? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right. Because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
And what if we start duel?
And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Child is not the one. Let's split up.
Huh? Split up?
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
You can go to whatever is that called, while I'll go investigate that place. I am confident in my combat battle.
Just as expected of my part. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, The culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus,
Hmm.
leaving his home
Irenaeus.
base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity.
Everything is
All right then.
Traveler
Let's
itself is
do
doing
this.
everything.
I'll
She is,
install them at the opera
for
house
namesake,
and
she
charge
is
Marcel as the
detective.
true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Lenny's.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
Cool.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our
Assistance.
It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
Okay. Okay, we are going the other side then. Splitting up. Is the Archon quest done or still we are doing? Okay, we are doing.
Navia has set out for Irenaeus.
Okay.
We should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Yeah, why did you leave me over here? This position, I'm gonna go and find these things first. I'm gonna fight these guys first.
Shine down. One with nature.
How is this guy so
Illusion
powerful?
shattered. Inazuma shines eternal.
Okay.
But a momentary distraction.
Normal. Then. I don't get it. Okay, I take this, I take this. Oh, okay, we have to take both at the same time. That guy is not coming. I get it now. It's like uninteresting.
Go!
Bro, come. Chop, shit your mouth and come. You also come, bro, come. Silently come with me. Oh my god, come on, what's wrong? I get it, what's wrong?
Let me scry.
I have to wait for this thing again to come.
Shadows of fate.
Shut the fuck up and come. Alright, let's keep going. Oh no, I'm dead. So much. Oh no. Come on, man. This is hard. I should complete the Archon quest also. Come on. I have to complete this one.
There is no escape! Ha!
Go!
Oh, we can install and all. Oh, I have to bring that guy. Done, right? Ah, cool. These two are done. I need to complete only one. That's this one.
Is this an answer
I'll
from
complete
world?
this and we'll go. New fishing spot. So 1, 2. Let's take Mona. 3. Nice. With Mona we can do that. Got it. What? Why? What the hell? Bullshit, man. Keep going, keep going. Let's go, finally.
Finding treasure is pretty exhilarating.
Let's go, easy. Finally done. Mona only can do that, I would say. Open sesame. Finally.
We could do with some more fortune.
Nice. Let's explore this area a little bit. I'm in the fishing spot only. Do we get some new weapon from the fishing spot? What do you have? Oh, whatever is this called? Demo type, okay. Fishing line stabilizer. Omnifixa. What is that? Sword. This is a sword. Okay, we get sword. Okay, we need this. These. Fishing rod. That no need to take. Can we buy free? No, insufficient material. What are the materials? Okay, don't want. And the blueprints. Got it. This is the material blueprints of these fishing rod. No, sorry, sword. I need sword. That means properly. Got it. Now, what are the fishing? Can I not fish here? Okay. Yeah, what are the bites? Purple one only? Okay. We don't know what are these. We need to find those. You know what? Later I'll do. Why am I fishing?
Just need to have patience. Stay strong.
Oh, cool. The teleporter point is underground, not here. Where is it? Oh, there it is. This guy doesn't have any power. Give me the power. I did not get the power. Another teleporter point we unlock. Nice. Oh. We need to select this area. What is this? Where I am actually? Okay. Yep, in this one. I need that slicer guy. Where is that? Oh, there he is. Cool, we got our power. Now we can eat this thing and take the chest. But it's not. What? What? This is not powerful enough for him or something? Not the slicer. Then what? One, two. Okay, it's not happening. What the hell? I don't know what should I do over here. Slicer is not working. See? Here it worked. Easy. Oh, he went in it already. Okay. Yeah, we'll go that area, bro. Chill, bro. I mean, who no one is saying. I'm just saying. Just me who is saying. Still, we'll go that area, bro. What is this new thing? Oh, simple. Where am I? for this area. What is this area? I don't know what area is this. I have to look underground areas. Now we can say this one is that one. This one is a different area. I may not come to this area again. Cool. I am a cruel man, kills fishes and all. These are healers, healing fishes. What is this? What the hell? What the hell? This is not breaking. Other broke. Why this is not breaking? Finally. Because I'm not healed or something? What the hell? Finally. Oh, domain. Finally, I can open a domain. One domain at least. Where is this leading to? I'll take that and come. We mark this one also. Oh, I'm dead straight away. They're I don't know how to deal with them now. Okay. Oh, new entry again. How many are there? 4 of them. Oh, they're pretty easy though. This is cheating, bruh. Nice. Now something happened. Oh, okay, that's how it's done. That's a big care. Let's go now. Let's go. Let's open this domain and let's go. What is this talents? I will do that later. I thought to unlock these teleporters, but I didn't find them. So much game today, huh? Story is not even completing.
Time to go.
Finally.
Huh.
Find the
According to Mo's
headquarters.
info, the synth production base is underwater.
What?
Let's go and try to find the entrance.
It's underwater? Wait. I heal. Then I don't take slice. Actually, I want the bigger one. Where is the other fish? Damn, what are these flowers? Obviously, we need this for someone. Some ascension. The slicer and all are there. Okay, I can't fight them right now. Damn, it died so soon. How do I cut this? I'm not understanding. Should I hold and press? It doesn't cut. Let's go find that thing here. You know what? Take this chest also and we'll leave. Oh, this is different. That's crazy. This one I was finding for. So much to do, man. Wait, I have to complete something? There was a challenge, what the fuck? I didn't know where to go. More straight or back or what. One is where are these, man? Okay, found one this, and we found one this. So much gaming today, man. So much gaming. And it's played a lot. Feels like that. Actually played a lot. 4 hours it is. I have to stop this. Oh, finally a teleporter point. Man, so much stuff to do inside the water also. Uh, oh, there it is. That's what I was finding. This is the one I was finding for. What? Didn't work. Now I should go and find the one. Where is the thing? Hey, no. Where was that? There it is. Okay. I guess that's not the one. Or maybe that's the one. I came this far and that didn't turn. If it gone wrong, what point? Did it work? Didn't work. Did I use this then? I don't know. Oh, okay. Opposite attracts. So why am I not doing the stuff what I actually need to do? Oh, let's try with this once last. I don't know. Continue with the story. How much time it took to come? Oh, that's a domain.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
Well, they don't want it to stand out.
You're right. An important place like this is Navia's probably arguing up.
Enemy place, right? We gonna go inside and fight with them.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia.
Oh, that's the
Do you
side
accept
area.
the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
Oh, child is here.
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
He's interested
Sounds
in
like
looking.
the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House.
Now.
Then why don't you duel me too?
There
I'm
you
the
go.
kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
There you go.
No. That's not what I meant.
Alas, it would
Fight
appear
with
that
child.
communication with the defendant is going poorly. And we have made very little progress.
Yeah.
In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again.
Okay.
The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man. Huh? What's going on?
Why is she interjecting again?
Again, yeah.
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings.
Second
I
time.
only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
No, I want to see the fight of
Did you
child
ever
and
think I had any respect for
whoever
this
wants to
place's
come.
pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances
No,
case.
no. Fight.
And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name.
How fascinating.
Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience.
Okay.
That doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
Okay. Deal with
now then, Miss
deal
Navi,
with child now.
Who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
He's... Oh, well, I don't know anything about this person.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabriere.
Marcel, how?
What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
He's not in the court? Okay. After some time, a shocked and confused Marcel is
Mr.
brought.
Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
Yeah.
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Details?
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
Okay.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
Okay, now we are...
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere.
Another story? This is a new type of
During the
dealing with
banquet,
this.
all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard.
Okay. Continue.
When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gun. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel.
Okay.
Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him. After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Now, from point of Navia point of view, we are gonna change this to this.
Something's not The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered. And unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility.
I am confused
and
a
had
lot.
sent out another assassin.
Okay, maybe another assassin.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Okay, and later found he used the water, right?
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the
Murder
hired assassin to
mystery.
dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for...
Now what you want to say?
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Damn.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Yeah.
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Maybe.
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after
Why is
charging
this guy
an
not
innocent
having
citizen
a
in the last trial?
stem here?
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple.
Can they hear
He
this
felt
far? They
there
are
were
talking.
things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All
Now
you
she has.
need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
Oh yeah, ask her. Now she's.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake, but since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
Why didn't she tell that
so,
before?
During the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As
Okay.
a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives.
Okay.
In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die.
Oh.
I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Okay.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Now what?
I don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to
Shit.
dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again.
What?
I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time.
Nice.
Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
You already
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
wrong guy, yeah.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice.
Okay,
Many
chill.
people's images are flashing before my eyes. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
So you do know that
you know
name.
that name. Wait, it's interesting
really
now.
Surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
Wait.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Now what? Little while earlier at the entrance of the... Oh yeah, the other side of Traveler and all, what we are doing over there. The entrance has open. Okay, we go this way. Oh, that's my shadow itself. Oh.
Time to go.
Oh, we need party setup? Sure. No, why quick? I will go for Barbara and lady or queen, and let's go.
Time to go.
That something was there over there.
Hey!
The wind knows me.
Another new enemy.
Shine down.
We don't know what they do.
As one with wind and cloud.
Whoa! The
Okay.
floor is going up!
Okay.
Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Time to go.
I guess I'm gonna reach. Wait, cancel. I'm gonna reach to
Thinks we need to
level
go up,
60.
but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Okay. Hidden mechanism. To go up that way. Obviously, that's the mechanism. Okay, that's not. Okay, we should go down. Okay, I need this guy. Nice. Oh, we can do this also. Oh, we are flying. I mean, we can swim now up. Diving and swimming.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Yeah, we need still more. Still more area to level up.
One with nature.
I'll protect us.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
just seeing if someone's calling me or is there any
Illusion
sound.
shattered.
IRL, real life is also there, right?
I
I'll
see
just
everything.
keep one open.
The wind knows me. Fallen leaves adorn my night. There is no escape.
That's it. Are there any chests nearby? Another level up. I'm seeing if I have gamers bump head. Well, I don't.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
This is faster. That's why. Diving in is more faster. Dun, 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 dun. Ho, 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 ho. Hee, 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 hee. Hee, hee. Another way. What is this? Damn. Let's go.
Time to go.
Oh, hi guys. What's up?
Everyone hold hands.